Good evening and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a gentle place where we learn while slowly drifting toward sleep. Here, calm and thoughtful stories share quiet knowledge and guide the mind into rest without effort or hurry. Before we begin, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight, and what time it is where you are. Perhaps the night is deep and still around you, or perhaps the sky is just beginning to fade into early dawn. Wherever you are very welcome here. Tonight, we journey far back in time, to the age of archaeological kings, to rulers whose names were carved into stone, whose palaces now lie in dust, and whose empires sleep beneath layers of earth and sand. We will explore the lives of kings uncovered by archaeologists, rulers once thought to be legend, until ruins, inscriptions, and forgotten tombs revealed their stories again. As we travel through these ancient courts, we will move slowly through crumbling temples, silent desert cities, and royal tombs sealed for thousands of years. We will see how power was displayed in gold and marble, how memory was preserved in clay tablets and carved reliefs, and how time gently buried even the greatest empires. As you listen, allow your shoulders to relax and your breathing to deepen. There is nothing you need to memorize, and nothing you need to fully grasp. Simply let the names and centuries drift past you like grains of sand carried by a quiet wind across an endless desert. If you enjoy these slow and thoughtful journeys into the ancient world, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this calm little space grow and helps others find a peaceful place to rest while wandering through history. Now settle comfortably into your bed and take a slow, deep breath in, then gently let it go. Allow your body to soften, your thoughts to quiet, and the noise of the present to fade into the distance. Leave behind the modern world for a little while and drift toward the distant glow of torchlight in forgotten halls. Now we begin our gentle journey into the silent and fascinating world of archaeological kings, whose legacies still rest beneath the earth, waiting to be remembered. On a warm August day in the year 12 CE, a child entered the vast and disciplined world of Rome. He was born into the most powerful empire the world had yet witnessed. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, yet history would remember him by another name, Caligula Tocton, a name meaning little boots, a tender nickname given by Roman soldiers who once adored him as he wandered among them in miniature armor along the Rhine. He was the son of Germanicus, who was one of Rome's most beloved generals, and the son of Agrippina the Elder, who carried noble blood and formidable influence. As a child, he accompanied his father on military campaigns along the Rhine, wearing a tiny soldier uniform that inspired affection and hope. The legions saw in him the promise of continuity, an heir to an empire that stretched from the wild frontiers of Britain to the warm sands of Egypt. But in the year 19 C, Germanicus fell mysteriously ill and died under suspicious circumstances. Some whispered that Emperor Tiberius, his own great-uncle, had arranged poison. Whether this was truth or shadowed rumor, his death plunged the family into turmoil. Agrippina confronted Tiberius fiercely, and one by one, Caligula's brothers and even his mother were exiled or executed until only he remained. Despite this childhood marked by blood and fear, Caligula survived. He was sent to live under the watchful gaze of Tiberius on the island of Capri. There he witnessed the hidden machinery of power. Capri was filled with paranoia, indulgence, and quiet cruelty as the aging emperor withdrew into suspicion. Caligula learned to conceal his thoughts. He charmed those around him and waited patiently. In the year 37 CE, Tiberius died, and Caligula was proclaimed emperor of Rome. His rise was met with overwhelming joy. The people remembered Germanicus and saw in his son a beacon of hope after years of cold, distant rule. At first he seemed worthy of that hope. He granted amnesty to political prisoners. He ended oppressive trials. He filled the city with games feasts and public spectacles that turned Rome into celebration. Yet within the first year, something shifted. Ancient historians record that Caligula suffered a severe illness. Some described it as a violent fever. Others suspected poison. Whatever its cause, when he recovered, the change was undeniable. The charming young ruler appeared to vanish. In his place emerged a man increasingly erratic and frightening. His reign transformed into a theater of extravagance, paranoia, and cruelty. He emptied the imperial treasury on palaces and lavish entertainments of staggering cost. He declared himself divine and demanded worship as Jupiter incarnate. Statues bearing his likeness rose in temples, and senators were expected to bow before him. Humiliation became spectacle. Distinguished officials were forced to grovel as if enslaved. It is said he replaced the heads of statues of gods with his own image. He even considered elevating his favorite horse Incitatus to the position of consul, which was one of the highest offices in Rome. Whether this was genuine intention or calculated mockery of the political elite remains debated, yet it revealed his contempt for tradition. Executions were ordered on impulse. Friends, allies, and relatives were not spared. His sister Drusilla, whom he favored deeply, died, and grief seemed to further unmoor him from restraint. Caligula's story rests among the darkest chapters of Roman leadership, and is often told when speaking of the worst kings in history. His rule demonstrates how absolute power without balance can distort perception and erode humanity. The boy once carried proudly by soldiers became a ruler and remembered for instability and fear. And as the marble statues of Rome endured the memory of his excess, lingered as warning. In the quiet reflection of history, Caligula stands as a reminder that empires may be vast and glorious, yet the mind of one man can alter their fate. Drusilla, whom he was rumored to have held an unnatural affection for, died, and in his grief he declared her a goddess. Those who displeased him were tortured, banished, or worse, turned into spectacle within the bloody arenas of Rome. Among the strangest of his fixations was his obsession with the sea. Believing himself to be a divine conqueror, he ordered his legions to wage war upon Neptune, the god of the sea. Soldiers were commanded to march to the shores of the English Channel and gather seashells as spoils of war. Rome watched in stunned disbelief as a ruler once filled with promise transformed warfare into theater of absurdity. Yet power sustained by terror is never steady. As his instability deepened, so too did the resolve of his enemies. The Praetorian Guard who had sworn to protect him had endured enough. In the year 41 CE, after fewer than 4 years upon the throne, a conspiracy took shape. On January 24th, as Caligula walked through a palace corridor, guards surrounded him with drawn swords. They struck him down. The man who had demanded worship as a god fell bleeding to the ground, gasping for breath. He was stabbed more than 30 times before his body was left lifeless. His wife and young daughter were also executed to ensure no heir could rise in his name. Thus ended the reign of Caligula, a ruler who had ascended in celebration and descended into chaos. His name would not be preserved as that of a hero, but as a warning etched deeply into the memory of empire. Even after his death, Rome struggled to understand him. Some asked whether he had truly been mad, or whether he had tested the boundaries of authority to reveal how far fear could bend a nation. Others suggested illness, perhaps epilepsy, or a neurological disorder born from the severe sickness of his early reign. Many saw him instead as the embodiment of unchecked power, a reminder that even the mightiest empire could tremble under the whims of one unrestrained mind. Though his rule was brief, his legend endured. His name became synonymous with excess cruelty and instability. Writers, historians, and playwrights returned to his story for centuries, shaping it into a dark fable about the corruption of authority. Tonight, as you allow your thoughts to soften, remember Caligula not only as a tale of madness, but as a meditation on power itself. History is shaped by those who hold command, whether they guide wisely or recklessly. His reign ended in blood, yet his name continues as an echo through time, a whisper from the past reminding us what may happen when an empire entrusts its fate to the unbalanced. And as one shadow fades, another rises from the corridors of history. In the year 937 CE, a boy named Octavianus was born into one of the most powerful families of Rome. His father Alberic, the second of Spoleto, controlled the fractured remains of what had once been called the Holy Roman Empire. Young Octavianus was not known for scholarship or piety. He was not shaped by contemplation or devotion, yet destiny placed before him a path of immense authority. History would know him as Pope John XII, a name that would become associated with scandal upon the papal throne. He was born into privilege rather than holiness. His father ruled Rome firmly, and before his death secured for his son not only wealth and political dominance, but also the papacy itself. At only 18 years of age, Octavianus was elevated as Pope John XII. His appointment reflected family power more than spiritual calling. A teenager now occupied the highest religious office in Western Christendom, and the sacred halls of the Vatican would soon witness a reign unlike any before it. Office in Christendom rested in his hands, yet humility and devotion did not follow. From the moment he ascended to the papacy in 955 CE, the Vatican found itself ruled by a reckless and immoral young man whose interests drifted far from matters of faith. He transformed the Lateran Palace into something resembling a royal court of indulgence. Pleasure-seekers, gamblers, and courtesans gathered around him as though sacred authority were merely decoration. Holy sites in Rome became settings for his excess. Some observers claimed the Vatican resembled a brothel more than a house of God. Papal decorum faded and scandal replaced reverence. Rumors spread that he engaged openly in fornication, even within consecrated halls. Cardinals and bishops whispered that he had taken lovers from among nuns and noble women alike. There were accusations that sacred spaces were defiled by ritualistic gatherings of vice. Whether embellished or accurate, the perception itself wounded the authority of the Church. Yet lust was not the only charge laid against him. He was accused of simony, selling church offices to the highest bidder. Bribery and manipulation financed his extravagant lifestyle. He hunted, feasted, and drank while neglecting pastoral duty. Sacred treasures were gambled away, and church wealth flowed toward personal pleasure. Corruption reached such visible depth that even the devout could not remain silent. Whispers grew into murmurs, and murmurs into open protest. The Pope of Rome appeared to embody the very sin he was meant to resist. His moral failures might have been endured had he governed wisely. Instead, his recklessness extended into politics. In an attempt to secure his authority, he allied with Otto, the first king of Germany, and crowned him Holy Roman Emperor in 962 CE. Yet almost immediately after placing the crown upon Otto's head, he turned against him. He conspired with the emperor's enemies, betraying the man he had elevated. Otto responded decisively. In 963 CE, he marched upon Rome. John XII was deposed, and a new pope installed. But removal did not end his struggle. The young pontiff fled into exile, only to return months later with rebellious forces. Through bloodshed and intimidation, he reclaimed the Vatican. His brief restoration was marked by revenge. Enemies were mutilated and executed. Those who had opposed him were punished harshly. Yet his renewed dominance proved fragile. In May 964 CE, at the age of 27, he died suddenly. His death carried the same scandal that had defined his life. Some declared it divine judgment. Others claimed he suffered a fatal stroke while committing adultery. A widely circulated account insisted he was killed by the enraged husband of a lover. Whatever the truth, his final breath did not arrive in prayer or repentance. It came in the shadow of the same excess that had shaped his rule. Even in death he left behind disgrace. His papacy marked one of the lowest chapters in church history. The leader of the Christian world had appeared as a drunken and lustful tyrant. Historians and theologians later questioned how such a figure had risen to supreme office. His reign became a cautionary tale, a reminder that sacred institutions can falter when power is granted without virtue. The Vatican carried the stain of his corruption long after his passing, and in the long, quiet corridors of history, his story remains a somber meditation on authority, misused and faith overshadowed by human weakness. The Vatican spent years attempting to erase the memory of his rule, yet history refused to forget. John XII became a symbol of the darkest excesses of the papacy, a grim reminder that even the most sacred institutions are not shielded from human vice. As you drift gently toward sleep, let his story rest in your thoughts as one of history's darker chapters. He was not remembered as a holy shepherd, nor as a leader of virtue, but as a sinner who transformed the holiest seat in Christendom into a palace of indulgence. His name lingers through time, not as a saint, but as a warning carried softly across generations. And so, dear dreamer, remember that power, even when placed in the hands of those meant to guide, can descend beyond redemption. In the year 1166, within the grand halls of the Plantagenet dynasty, another child was born who would shape history in a different shadow. His name was John, the youngest son of King Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine. Unlike his older brothers, who were celebrated as warriors and noble figures, John would not be remembered for valor or wisdom. History would come to know him as King John, a monarch who lost lands, allies, trust, and reputation. His early life unfolded beneath low expectations. His father regarded him lightly and called him John Lackland, because unlike his brothers he was granted no territory to govern. Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, and Geoffrey overshadowed him in strength and stature. Yet within that neglect ambition quietly formed. John lacked the battlefield brilliance of Richard and the charisma of Henry, yet he possessed a calculating mind. He was cunning and willing to maneuver through intrigue to secure authority. When Henry II died in 1189, the crown passed to Richard, who would become famed as the Lionheart. While Richard journeyed on crusade, John began to scheme. He aligned himself with Philip, the Second of France, and plotted against his own brother. His attempt to seize power faltered when Richard returned from captivity. His treachery was revealed. Richard chose mercy rather than harsh punishment. That mercy would later echo through England's fortunes. When Richard died in 1199, John finally took the throne. Yet he lacked the qualities that define enduring leadership. Where Richard had been brave, John appeared hesitant. Where Richard had been strategic, John faltered. His reign soon became a pattern of failure. One of his greatest defeats unfolded in conflict with Philip II of France. John inherited an empire that stretched from England across Normandy, Aquitaine, and Anjou. Within a few short years, Normandy was lost. The humiliation weakened his standing among nobles and commoners alike. To finance unsuccessful wars, he imposed heavy taxes upon both aristocracy and ordinary subjects. Extortion touched clergy and barons. Those who resisted were imprisoned. Greed and oppression became hallmarks of his governance. His hunger for security and dominance extended even to family. In 1203, his young nephew Arthur of Brittany, who held a strong claim to territories in France, was captured. Many nobles favored Arthur over John. Fearful of challenge, John ordered Arthur's execution. The act shocked even loyal supporters. Rumors spread that in a drunken fury he personally killed the boy and cast his body into a river. Whether embellished or precise, the tale hardened his image as ruthless and untrustworthy. And so his reign continued beneath gathering clouds. Whether he committed the act himself or not, Arthur was never seen again, and the shadow of an innocent prince followed John for the rest of his days. His reputation was permanently stained, and suspicion clung to him like winter frost. As his failures accumulated, opposition hardened. Heavy taxation, military humiliation, and open corruption drove the English barons toward revolt. In 1215 they rose against him and forced him to meet them at Runnymede. There John was compelled to place his seal upon the Magna Carta. This charter declared that even a king stood beneath the law. It limited royal authority and planted a seed that would grow far beyond his lifetime. John signed reluctantly and with resentment. He had no intention of honoring its promises. Almost immediately he sought to overturn it, and England slipped into civil war. His reaction followed the pattern of earlier mistakes. Towns were burned, castles were destroyed, the land itself became a battleground. He hired foreign mercenaries from Flanders and France to fight against his own people. Yet strength no longer answered his call. By 1216, his rule was collapsing. French forces had invaded. The barons had turned away. The kingdom trembled on the edge of ruin. As he fled across the countryside, fate dealt one final blow, crossing the Wash during a violent storm. He lost his royal treasure, including the crown jewels, which were swallowed by mud and tide. Broken in spirit, ill in body, and stripped of dignity, he retreated to Newark Castle. In October 1216, he died of dysentery in pain and isolation. Few grieved. His nobles had abandoned him. His people held bitterness in their hearts. His reign had been marked by betrayal and loss. Yet history carries its own irony. The very Magna Carta he signed in desperation endured beyond him. Though he attempted to defy its spirit, the document laid foundations for constitutional government. It influenced legal systems in England, in America, and far beyond. The tyrant who resisted restraint became the unwilling architect of a principle that rulers must answer to law. As you close your eyes tonight, remember King John as a figure of greed and cruelty, whose failures nearly destroyed his realm. He lost lands, betrayed kin, and died despised. Yet from his collapse emerged a framework that reshaped governance. Even the darkest reign can leave behind lessons that guide the future. Now, let the wind shift eastward, across frozen plains, to another story of power shaped by hardship. In the winter of 1530, beneath the gilded domes of Moscow, a child was born who would leave an indelible mark upon Russia. His name was Ivan Vasilievich. History would know him as Ivan the Terrible, a ruler who forged a state through blood, war, and fear. His childhood unfolded in tragedy. At the age of 3, he became Grand Prince of Moscow after the sudden death of his father Vasily III. A child could not command alone. His mother, Elena Glinskaya, served as regent, yet her guidance ended abruptly when she was poisoned as Ivan reached 8 years of age. Left without protection, he became a pawn among ambitious boyars. Noble families struggled for control, and the young prince endured humiliation, neglect, and hunger. He witnessed violence and betrayal within the court walls. These early wounds carved deep lines into his spirit and nourished a growing suspicion toward those who surrounded him. Yet Ivan was not merely a victim of circumstance. Within the frightened child there stirred an intense mind and a fierce will. The boy who watched cruelty began to dream of absolute authority. The cold winters of Moscow mirrored the chill forming within his heart, and from that frozen beginning would rise a ruler whose name would echo through centuries in both awe and dread. He spent his youth immersed in books. He read religious scripture and the histories of Rome and Byzantium with relentless focus. In those ancient chronicles he found a mirror for his own destiny. He began to see himself as a ruler chosen by God to elevate Russia into greatness. In 1547, at the age of 16, he assumed full authority and declared himself Tsar of all Rus. No previous ruler had claimed that title. By naming himself Tsar, he placed his authority above the boyars and anchored his power in divine right rather than noble consent. His early reign carried promise. He introduced legal reforms and strengthened the military. He established a standing army known as the Streltsy. He reorganized administration and reduced the dominance of corrupt noble families by centralizing control. His campaigns expanded Russian territory. The Tatar Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan fell before him, granting access to the Caspian Sea and securing vast new lands. For a moment, it appeared that a powerful and unified state was emerging. Yet beneath visible progress, darker currents stirred. His suspicions deepened and his temper hardened. In 1560, tragedy struck when Anastasia Romanova, his beloved wife, died suddenly and was likely poisoned by boyars. Her presence had steadied him. Her death unraveled restraint. Grief transformed into consuming paranoia. He became convinced that nobles plotted against him. Trust fractured. In 1565, he created the Oprichnina, which functioned as a state within a state, governed by his personal force. The Oprichniki rode black horses and wore black garments. They carried symbols of a dog head and a broom, signifying their mission to sniff out treachery and sweep away enemies. Under their command, terror unfolded. Boyar families were purged. Lands were seized. Wealth was confiscated. Thousands were arrested, tortured, and executed. Some victims were impaled. Others were torn apart by dogs. Entire communities were destroyed. In 1570, he turned his fury upon the city of Novgorod, believing it harbored betrayal. His forces descended and slaughtered tens of thousands. Men, women, and children perished. Bodies filled the Volkhov River, and the streets were stained with blood. Fear spread across the land. As years passed, his suspicion widened. Even those closest to him were not safe. In 1581, during a violent outburst, he struck his son and heir, Ivan Ivanovich, with an iron-tipped staff. The blow proved fatal. The Tsar held his dying son in despair. In that moment, the cost of his rage became painfully clear. Without a capable heir, the stability of Russia weakened. On March 18, 1584, Ivan died. Some believed a stroke ended his life. Others suspected poison. His final hours were spent playing chess, a game defined by calculation and hidden intention, much like his reign. After his death, Russia entered the period known as the Time of Troubles. Rival factions struggled for control and foreign powers sought advantage. Decades would pass before order returned. His legacy remains a paradox. He expanded territory and strengthened military power. He also inflicted terror upon his own people. He saw himself as a divinely guided warrior, yet his actions brought chaos and suffering. He laid foundations that would later support the Romanov dynasty, but at immense human cost. As you close your eyes, imagine the snow-covered streets of Moscow, and the cold wind carrying whispers of his name across the centuries. Imagine the black-cloaked oprichniki galloping through the darkness, with torches flickering like phantom lights against the snow. Their horses cut through the night as symbols of a ruler who governed through dread. Ivan the Terrible ruled with fear, and though his body returned to dust, his shadow remains within the memory of nations. As you drift toward rest, remember that power guided by fear and vengeance can shape empires, yet always demands a terrible price. Now let the scene soften and travel to a cool spring day. In 1367, within the grand halls of Bordeaux, where another prince entered the world. His name was Richard of Bordeaux, son of the valiant Black Prince and grandson of King Edward III. He was born into an England defined by chivalry and war and splendor. Yet his own reign would unfold as a story of tension, downfall, and lost authority. Richard II would not be remembered as a conquering warrior like his father, nor as an architect of empire like his grandfather. History would recall him as the king who surrendered his crown. Tragedy shaped his youth. His father died when Richard was only 10 years old. The boy who had never expected to rule became heir to the English throne. When Edward III died in 1377, Richard, at the age of 10, was crowned king. Too young to govern independently, he relied upon powerful nobles, especially his uncle John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. As he matured, he longed to escape their influence. He wished to rule by his own vision rather than remain beneath their guidance. In 1381, only 4 years into his reign, England erupted in the Peasants' Revolt. High taxation, feudal burdens, and economic strain drove thousands to rebellion. Led by Wat Tyler, the insurgents entered London, destroying property and executing officials. Disorder gripped the realm, and in that moment, the young king acted with unexpected courage. He rode into the rebel camp and addressed them directly. Calm and resolute, he promised reform and persuaded them to disperse. Though those promises were later broken and harsh reprisals followed, his action revealed a spark of bravery. Yet, bravery did not define the years that followed. As Richard matured, his belief in divine right intensified. He resented the seasoned nobles who had once guided him. Instead, he elevated trusted companions such as Robert de Vere and Michael de la Pole, granting them wealth and influence. This favoritism angered established barons. In 1387, the Lords Appellant, led by the Duke of Gloucester, seized authority and executed several of Richard's allies. The king endured humiliation and forced submission. Time passed, yet resentment endured. In 1397, Richard moved against his former adversaries. He arrested members of the Lords Appellant, exiling some and executing others. He governed with increasing absolutism and treated Parliament as an instrument of his will. Heavy taxation funded his lavish court and ambitious projects, including a grand palace at Sheen. His authority appeared restored, yet beneath the surface dissatisfaction simmered, and the story of his fall was already beginning to gather its quiet strength. Richard was not a warrior in the image of those who came before him. He preferred art and ceremony and poetry to the clash of steel. He believed himself divinely ordained and beyond the reach of ordinary judgment. Yet absolute authority invites resistance. His pride and severity and relentless ambition slowly turned the kingdom against him. Lords who once trembled before him began to conspire in quiet holes. His greatest error concerned Henry Bolingbroke, the son of Gaunt. In 1398, Richard banished Henry for 10 years after a dispute that might have been resolved with restraint. When John of Gaunt died in 1399, Richard seized his lands instead of allowing Henry to inherit them. That decision reshaped his fate. Henry returned from exile with armed support. What began as a claim to inheritance transformed into open rebellion. Nobles and commoners, weary of Richard's rule, aligned themselves with Henry. At that time, Richard had departed for campaign in Ireland, confident in his security. When he returned, his authority had dissolved. In August 1399, he was captured. He was confined within the Tower of London, isolated and humiliated. In September, he abdicated and surrendered his crown to Henry Bolingbroke, who became King Henry IV. Richard was transferred to Pontefract Castle, where he lived in cold confinement. His final days remain uncertain. Some accounts suggest he starved. Others propose he was quietly eliminated. In February 1400 he died, and was buried without ceremony. His reign became a cautionary memory of vanity and favoritism and revenge that ended in downfall. Yet, his story endured. William Shakespeare later portrayed him as a tragic monarch, undone by his belief in invincibility. His removal marked the weakening of Plantagenet stability and set the stage for the Wars of the Roses. As noble houses contested power, England entered years of struggle. As you allow your thoughts to settle, imagine the Hall of Westminster and a throne left empty. Richard sought beauty above battle and vision above compromise, yet even kings are bound by consequence. Let his story rest softly in your mind, as a reflection on authority without wisdom. Now travel in thought to a cold December night in 1542 within the halls of Linlithgow Palace, where a child was born beneath uncertain skies. Her name was Mary Stuart. From her first breath, her life intertwined with crowns and ambition and sorrow. She would be known as Mary, Queen of Scots. Her destiny unfolded not upon a battlefield alone, but within a web of alliances and betrayals crafted through ink and steel. Only 6 days after her birth, her father, King James V of Scotland, died, and the infant became queen. She was too small to comprehend the weight placed upon her. Scotland, divided by clans and tension, was now symbolically ruled by a child. To shield her from the designs of Henry VIII of England, who sought marriage between Mary and his son, Edward, she was sent to France at the age of 5. There she grew within the refined court of King Henry II. She was betrothed to the Dauphin Francis. At 16 she married him, and soon became Queen of France. Yet fortune shifted once more. In 1560, Francis died, leaving Mary widowed at 18 and uncertain of her place within the French realm. With France no longer her home and Scotland calling her back, she returned, determined to claim the birthright that had waited since infancy. Yet, the land she stepped into was not the realm she had left as a child. Scotland stood divided between Catholic and Protestant factions. Noble families pursued their own advantage. Above all lingered the presence of her cousin Queen Elizabeth, the first of England. Mary, a Catholic sovereign ruling within a Protestant kingdom, found herself isolated from the very people she was meant to guide. Her reign unfolded amid tension, yet her most consequential decision concerned marriage. Zitting strength beside her, she chose her cousin Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. At first he appeared charming and suitable. Soon his flaws emerged. He grew resentful and unstable. In 1566, driven by jealousy and suspicion, he conspired with nobles to murder Mary's secretary David Rizzio before her eyes while she carried a child. Trust shattered, and resentment deepened. In 1567, Darnley himself was found dead in the gardens of Kirk O'Field after an explosion destroyed his residence. Suspicion fell upon James Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, who had risen in Mary favour. Within weeks she married Bothwell. Some believed affection guided her. Others believed coercion played its part. Whatever the truth, the union ignited outrage. Scottish nobles rose in rebellion and compelled her to abdicate in favor of her infant son, James VI. Imprisoned and betrayed, she escaped and sought refuge in England, trusting that Elizabeth might offer protection. Instead, she encountered suspicion. Elizabeth regarded her not as kin, but as a rival claimant. For 19 years, Mary remained confined, moving from one residence to another. She wrote letters, planned escape, and sought allies, yet hope diminished as years passed. In 1586, her name became linked to the Babington plot, which aimed to remove Elizabeth and elevate Mary to the English throne. Whether she orchestrated events or was drawn unknowingly into them mattered little. Elizabeth authorized execution. On February 8, 1587, at Fotheringhay Castle, Mary approached the scaffold, dressed in deep red, signifying martyrdom. Composed and resolute, she prayed and forgave those tasked with ending her life. The first stroke faltered. The second, wounded yet, did not complete the act. The third ended her life. When the executioner lifted her head, her wig detached, revealing hair thinned and grayed by years of hardship. Though condemned as a traitor, her lineage endured. Her son, James VI of Scotland, would later become James, the first of England, uniting the crowns. The union Elizabeth had sought to control arrived through Mary bloodline. Her life remains a study in beauty, ambition, miscalculation, and betrayal. She was born to sovereignty, yet spent her years pursuing a stability that slipped from her grasp. As you close your eyes, imagine her final stillness. A queen without a throne, yet never without dignity. Her story moves through history as a quiet reminder that once power is lost, it rarely returns unchanged. Let that thought settle softly as night deepens around you. In the vast halls of Vienna on a winter night in 1552, a child was born into the Habsburg dynasty. His name was Rudolf. He was destined to inherit the crown of the Holy Roman Empire, yet he would not be remembered for military triumph or firm governance. History would know him as an emperor consumed by alchemy and astrology and inward shadows, while the realm around him weakened. He spent much of his youth in Spain under the watchful authority of his uncle King Philip II. The Spanish court moved with rigid discipline and strict Catholic devotion. It was a world shaped by order and ceremony. Rudolf stood apart from it. He was contemplative and reserved. He found little joy in warfare or diplomacy. Instead, he gravitated toward art and mysticism and the quiet study of strange manuscripts. From an early age, he endured periods of deep melancholy. His thoughts were often clouded by doubt and suspicion. Tutors instructed him in statecraft, yet his imagination wandered toward the stars and toward hidden knowledge. In 1576, at 24 years of age, he was crowned Holy Roman Emperor. His authority extended across Austria and Bohemia and other territories of the empire. Yet rather than focus on governance, he reshaped his court in Prague into a sanctuary of curiosity. He collected rare artifacts and ancient texts. He surrounded himself with artists, inventors, and seekers of hidden truths. The palace became a place where unusual machines and mysterious diagrams filled corridors once meant for political council. Under his patronage, Prague gained a reputation as the most enigmatic city in Europe. Scholars, such as Johannes Kepler and Tycho Brahe, found welcome within his walls. Alchemists including Edward Kelly, and scholars like John Dee, pursued experiments and interpretations of celestial patterns. While other rulers waged campaigns, Rudolf cultivated a realm of imagination. Within his towers, men searched for the philosopher's stone and astrologers charted destinies. Yet, as he withdrew into fascination, the empire strained. Diplomatic matters were neglected. Religious tensions between Catholics and Protestants intensified. His reluctance to decide and his growing suspicion created uncertainty. He declined marriage and produced no heir, which unsettled the Habsburg future. Isolation deepened. He retreated from public ceremonies and spent long periods in seclusion, convinced that profound revelation was near. By 1605, dissatisfaction hardened into action. His brother Matthias, supported by influential nobles, challenged him. Once sovereign across vast lands, found himself confined in his own residence. Authority shifted. In 1611, he relinquished the throne. The vibrant court of Prague dissolved, and its gatherings of scholars dispersed. In his final months, he wandered through his collections of art and relics as if walking through memories. The emperor who sought hidden wisdom left behind a legacy of brilliance mingled with fragility. His life remains a quiet reflection on how fascination without balance can allow power to fade into shadow. On January 20th, 1612, Rudolf II died within his castle walls. No grand procession marked his passing. The empire continued without pause, and the dreams that had filled his chambers faded into silence. His ambitions of alchemy and immortality and hidden wisdom dissolved with him. Yet within that quiet ending, something enduring remained. He had gathered scholars and preserved manuscripts and supported minds that might otherwise have been forgotten. Without his patronage, Johannes Kepler might not have advanced the study of the heavens, and Tycho Brahe observations might have vanished into obscurity. The spirit of inquiry that shaped an era found shelter in his court. Even in instability, he dared to seek patterns among the stars, and to imagine that knowledge itself could transform the world. His empire weakened, yet his devotion to art and science left a subtle imprint upon history. As night settles, imagine the halls of Prague Castle, where candlelight once flickered across intricate devices and mysterious texts. Picture the emperor walking alone among symbols and celestial charts, pursuing answers that seemed just beyond reach. His life stands as a reminder that brilliance and fragility can dwell within the same heart. Those who search the universe for meaning may sometimes lose their footing upon the earth. Let that thought drift gently as the darkness deepens. Now, allow your mind to travel across oceans to an island surrounded by warm waters in the Indian Ocean. There, a girl was born who would one day rule with formidable authority. Her name was Ranavalona. She would become one of the most controversial rulers of Madagascar. Some would later describe her as a guardian who resisted foreign domination. Others would remember her as a tyrant whose reign carried immense suffering. Both images linger within her legacy. She was not born into royalty. Her father once revealed a plot against King Andrianampoinimarina, who unified Madagascar. In gratitude, the king adopted her into the royal household and arranged her marriage to his son Radama. When Radama became king in 1810, he encouraged ties with Europe. Missionaries arrived. Schools opened. Trade expanded. Yet Ranavalona viewed these influences with suspicion. They signaled erosion of tradition and sovereignty. When Radama died in 1828, a struggle for succession unfolded. Tradition favored another heir, yet Ranavalona moved swiftly. With support from military leaders, she claimed the throne. Rivals were executed and resistance silenced. The former commoner became Queen Ranavalona I. She reversed her husband's policies. Missionaries were expelled, and European customs were forbidden. Foreign languages were restricted. Christianity was perceived as a threat to cultural independence. Her rule grew severe. Those accused of disloyalty or conversion faced the Tangina ordeal, which required ingesting poison to determine innocence. Survival meant vindication. Death signified guilt. Entire communities sought under purchase. Many perished in campaigns meant to consolidate authority. Through fear, she maintained sovereignty and resisted external control. Her reign reshaped Madagascar and left deep scars within its history. Countless others perished under forced labor, while constructing fortresses and roads at the Queen's command. Her reign became an era where loyalty was measured in obedience and suspicion could bring death without warning. Yet beyond the fear, she displayed remarkable strategic skill. At a time when European powers expanded across Africa, she resisted their advances with determination. French and British envoys attempted to undermine her authority, yet she maneuvered carefully and retained control. In 1845, French and British naval forces launched an assault upon Madagascar, intent on removing her. She responded with disciplined troops and deep knowledge of the terrain. The invasion failed, and her sovereignty endured. For more than 3 decades, Madagascar remained independent beyond colonial rule. As years passed, her strength diminished. By the 1860s, illness overtook her. In 1861, after 33 years upon the throne, she died peacefully in her sleep. For a queen whose reign had been marked by harsh measures, the quiet of her passing stood in contrast. Some grieved her as a guardian who had defended national independence. Others welcomed the end of her severe rule. Her son Radama II reversed many of her policies and reopened contact with foreign powers. His reign proved brief and instability persisted. Eventually, European influence would reach the island, yet Ranavalona had delayed that moment longer than many believed possible. Her legacy remains layered. She is remembered as both protector and oppressor. As you close your eyes, imagine the stone walls of the Rova of Antananarivo and the glow of torches along palace corridors where allegiance and betrayal were separated by fragile trust. Power can defend, and it can wound. History rarely offers a single answer. Now, let your thoughts move north to a crisp April morning in 1835 within the palaces of Brussels, where a prince was born. His name was Leopold. Though he would wear the crown of Belgium, his ambitions extended far beyond its borders. Belgium was a young and prosperous nation, yet small among European powers. Leopold desired an empire to elevate his stature. When he became king in 1865, he understood that his country lacked resources for large colonial ventures. He resolved to act through personal initiative rather than national mandate. His gaze turned toward Central Africa, rich in ivory and rubber. In 1876, he founded the International African Association, presenting it as a humanitarian enterprise. He spoke of ending slavery and promoting civilization. European leaders heard promises of benevolence. Behind these assurances lay calculated ambition. Through persuasion and negotiation, he sought control of vast territories. The seeds of a personal empire were planted beneath the language of philanthropy, and from those beginnings would grow one of the most troubling chapters in modern history. In 1885, Leopold secured international recognition for his claim and declared the Congo Free State his personal possession. It was not governed as a Belgian colony, but as his private dominion. The territory stretched across an expanse 76 times larger than Belgium, and within it he exercised unchecked authority. What followed was not a mission of uplift, but a system driven by extraction and control. The forests held abundant rubber, and as industrial demand surged, he pursued profit without restraint. Rather than compensate labor, he imposed forced collection. Villages were compelled to meet quotas under threat of violence. Those who failed endured punishment that included mutilation or death. The force publique enforced his rule. Soldiers were required to present severed hands as proof that ammunition had not been wasted. The severed hand became a grim symbol of administration. Women were taken hostage to compel compliance. Children were pressed into servitude. Communities that resisted were destroyed. Estimates suggest that at least 10 million Congolese died during his control, which represented more than half the regional population. For years, these realities were obscured by careful messaging. Leopold portrayed himself as a benefactor advancing civilization. In Belgium, he funded grand buildings and public works, and was praised by citizens unaware of events in Central Africa. Gradually, exposure replaced concealment. Journalists and missionaries, including Edmond de Norel and Roger Casement, documented conditions and shared evidence. Photographs of injured men, women, and children circulated across Europe and stirred public conscience. International pressure mounted. In 1908, Leopold relinquished personal control, and the Congo became a Belgian colony. The change in administration could not erase devastation already inflicted. The social and demographic wounds endured. Leopold accumulated immense wealth, and in 1909, he died surrounded by privilege. He ordered destruction of records in an effort to obscure his actions. Memory persisted despite attempts at erasure. His name remains associated with exploitation and violence. The forests of the Congo still carry that history within their silence. As you rest, imagine those landscapes and remember that authority guided by greed casts long shadows that outlast any throne. History contains both darkness and illumination. We have moved through stories of rulers whose fear, ambition, or obsession shaped suffering. Yet even the longest night yields to morning. Tonight, let us journey through the life of Alexander the Great, the conqueror who imagined horizons without limit and pursued them with unwavering resolve. His story unfolds as one of ambition, courage, and remarkable intellect. Close your eyes and step into an age when empires trembled and legends took form, and the sound of marching armies carried across continents. Alexander was born in 356 before Christ in Pella, the capital of Macedonia. His father, King Philip II, forged strength among the Greek city-states and united them beneath Macedonian command. His mother, Queen Olympias, believed her son carried a heroic destiny and spoke of ancestry linked to Achilles of the Trojan War. From childhood, he displayed sharp intelligence and bold confidence. At 13, he studied under Aristotle, who guided him through philosophy, science, and literature. Even as he absorbed knowledge, his thoughts turned toward renown. At 16, he led a campaign to suppress rebellion and founded a city bearing his name. Philip recognized the scale of his son's ambition and declared that Macedonia would not suffice. In 336 before Christ, Philip was assassinated, and Alexander at 20 assumed the throne. He secured his authority by removing rivals and consolidating loyalty among Greek states. Before advancing east, he consulted the oracle at Delphi. According to tradition, the priestess proclaimed his invincibility. Strengthened by belief, he prepared for conquest. In 334 before Christ, He crossed the Hellespont into Asia Minor with Macedonian and Greek forces. At the Battle of Granicus, he achieved decisive victory, opening passage into Persian territory. In 331 before Christ at Gaugamela, he confronted Darius III. Though heavily outnumbered, he executed bold maneuvers and a decisive cavalry charge that fractured Persian lines. Darius retreated and Alexander claimed the title King of Asia. He entered Babylon welcomed as liberator and continued through Susa and Persepolis, gathering immense wealth. At Apuleius he ordered the burning of the royal palace, marking symbolic end of Persian dominance. In 332 before Christ, he moved into Egypt, where he was greeted as deliverer from Persian rule. In Memphis he was crowned pharaoh and acknowledged as divine ruler. He traveled to the oracle of Siwa in the desert where tradition holds he was named son of Zeus, Ammon. Inspired by vision of unity, he founded Alexandria upon the Mediterranean coast, which would grow into a center of learning and culture. His march carried onward across the Hindu Kush and into India. In 326 before Christ at the Hydaspes River, he faced King Porus and war elephants that challenged his formations. The battle proved arduous, yet he prevailed. His victories extended across vast distances, weaving Greek influence into regions far from Macedonia. As night settles, imagine the young ruler gazing across newly conquered lands, contemplating the reach of his empire and the cost of relentless pursuit. His life reminds us that ambition can reshape the world, and that greatness often walks beside vulnerability and fleeting time. Victorious yet mindful of valor, Alexander chose not to destroy King Porus. Impressed by his courage, he restored him as ally and ruler. Respect for worthy opponents revealed another dimension of his character. Yet at the edge of the known world, fatigue overtook his army. Years of relentless campaigns had drained their strength. When they refused to march farther, he listened, though reluctance weighed upon him. He led them homeward through the harsh deserts of Gedrosia, where thirst and exhaustion claimed many lives. In 323 before Christ, at only 32 years of age, he fell ill in Babylon. Some accounts speak of fever, while others whisper of poison. As he lay dying, his generals asked to whom he entrusted his empire. He answered, to the strongest. With those words he passed into legend. His death left a vast dominion without unified leadership. Conflict erupted among his commanders, in struggles later known as the Wars of the Diadochi. Territories were divided into kingdoms, yet his influence did not vanish. He had spread Greek language and culture across 3 continents, shaping what became the Hellenistic world. Alexandria flourished as a center of scholarship, and its library became renowned. Leaders such as Julius Caesar and Napoleon later measured themselves against his example. His name endured as symbol of daring vision. As you drift toward rest, imagine the young conqueror gazing over distant horizons, believing nothing lay beyond human will. His legacy rests not only in territories once held, but in the dreams he awakened. Now, let us turn toward Rome and enter another chapter shaped by ambition. Julius Caesar was born in 100 before Christ into the Julian family, which claimed descent from Venus. From childhood, he was told that greatness belonged to him. Yet Rome itself stood restless with rivalry and corruption. When his father died, he assumed responsibility at 16 and navigated the hazards of politics with calculated resolve. At 18, he refused the order of the dictator Sulla to divorce his wife Cornelia. The decision risked his life. Sulla spared him, yet warned that within him were many Mariuses. The remark foreshadowed power yet to emerge. To distance himself from danger, he joined the military and distinguished himself through bravery and strategic skill, earning the civic crown. Returning to Rome, He advanced through eloquence and public appeal. He gained office as military tribune, then quaestor, and later aedile, arranging games that strengthened popular support. He forged alliances with Crassus and Pompey, forming what became known as the First Triumvirate. Though united in interest, ambition stirred beneath the surface. In 58 before Christ he assumed governorship of Gaul. There his military talent would soon reshape Rome's destiny and carry his name into enduring history. In Gaul he led his legions across forests and rivers, conquering tribal confederations and extending Roman authority. His campaigns became legendary. He endured harsh winters and constructed bridges over the Rhine with astonishing speed to demonstrate reach and resolve. He even launched expeditions into Britain, marking Rome's presence upon distant shores. At Alesia he achieved a defining triumph by encircling and defeating Vercingetorix. His written accounts, known as the Commentaries on the Gallic War, presented these events with clarity and persuasive power, strengthening both his reputation and his influence. Yet success stirred apprehension among rivals. Pompey, once his ally, grew wary of rising dominance. In 49 before Christ, the Senate, influenced by Pompey, ordered him to disband his forces and return as a private citizen. He faced a choice that would alter history. Crossing the Rubicon with his legion, he declared that the die was cast. The act ignited civil war. With rapid movement and disciplined command, he advanced upon Rome, compelling opponents to retreat. He pursued Pompey through Greece, Egypt, and Africa. At Pharsalus, though outnumbered, he secured victory and consolidated authority. In Egypt, he encountered Cleopatra, whose intellect and presence shaped alliance. Their partnership combined political strategy with personal connection, reinforcing his position in the Eastern Mediterranean. Returning to Rome, he was appointed dictator for life. He introduced reforms including the Julian calendar, measures of economic relief, and expansion of citizenship. His aim was centralized stability to replace factional disorder. Yet, concentration of power unsettled senators who feared the eclipse of Republican tradition. On March 1544, before Christ, known as the Ides of March, he entered the Senate unaware of the conspiracy. Surrounded by assassins, he was struck 23 times. Among them stood Brutus, whom he trusted. Tradition holds that he spoke words of disbelief before falling near the statue of Pompey. His death marked the collapse of Republican governance and ushered in further conflict. In the ensuing turmoil, his heir Octavian rose to prominence and would later assume the name Augustus, becoming Rome's first emperor. Caesar's influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Territories expanded and administrative structures evolved. His name became a title, echoed in Caesar, Tsar, and Kaiser. Writers, artists, and dramatists returned to his life, including William Shakespeare. Military academies studied his campaigns, and political thinkers examined his strategies. As you allow your thoughts to settle, imagine the figure who declared he came, saw, and conquered. His story reflects ambition that reshaped a civilization and continues to inspire reflection on power and destiny. Now let your mind travel further back to the banks of the Nile, where another leader rose to lasting renown. Ramses II, known as Ramses the Great, ruled Egypt with remarkable longevity and splendor. His reign would leave monuments carved in stone and memories that endured across millennia. Ramses II was a warrior, builder, and sovereign whose name became inseparable from grandeur. His reign unfolded in prosperity and monumentality, and enduring legend. He sought permanence not only through conquest but through stone and inscription. Close your eyes and imagine golden sands stretching toward the horizon and temples rising from the desert with timeless dignity He was born in 1303 before Christ to Pharaoh Seti, the first, and Queen Tuya during the 19th dynasty. From youth he accompanied his father on campaigns, absorbing the disciplines of command. At 14 he was named co-regent and trained in governance and strategy. When Seti died, Ramses ascended as pharaoh, regarded as the earthly embodiment of Horus. His rule would endure 66 years, making him among the longest reigning of Egyptian kings. Early in his reign, he secured borders and projected strength. In 1274, before Christ, he confronted the Hittites at Kadesh in one of history's largest chariot engagements near the Orontes River. Though surprised by enemy maneuver, he regrouped and rallied his forces. The encounter concluded without decisive victory, yet he proclaimed triumph and commemorated valor through vast reliefs carved upon temple walls, including the Ramesseum and Abu Simbel. Eventually, he concluded a peace treaty with the Hittite ruler, establishing diplomatic accord that stabilized the region. Ramses devoted equal energy to construction. His monuments announced divine authority and lasting ambition. At Abu Simbel, colossal statues of his likeness guard a temple carved into cliff rock overlooking the Nile. Twice yearly sunlight reaches the inner sanctuary, illuminating figures within and reinforcing sacred symbolism. He built the Ramesseum as memorial temple on the west bank at Thebes, and expanded Karnak while completing work at Abydos begun by his father. These structures were conceived to endure across millennia, preserving his name against erosion of time. Beyond statecraft, he valued family. Among numerous consorts, Queen Nefertari held special affection. He honored her with a temple at Abu Simbel dedicated to Hathor, and praised her in inscriptions celebrating beauty and grace. He fathered more than 100 children, securing lineage and succession. As you rest, imagine the Nile flowing past monumental stone, while a ruler confident in destiny gazes toward eternity. His life reflects the human desire to leave imprint upon the earth and to be remembered. When centuries have passed, he elevated his sons to positions of command within military and administration, strengthening continuity and stability. Devotion to family and nation earned him the title Great Ancestor, remembered as guardian of Egypt. He proclaimed himself a living god, honored alongside Amun, and aligned his image with Horus and Osiris. His likeness appeared upon temples and statues throughout the land, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt as sign of unity. Through renewal of religious centers, he reinforced sacred authority and presented his rule as divinely sanctioned. For 66 years he governed, guiding Egypt through prosperity and monumental achievement, often described as a golden age. At 90 he died and was laid to rest in the Valley of the Kings. His tomb bore decoration reflecting royal passage into the afterlife. His mummy, discovered in 1881, now rests within the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, with features preserved across centuries. His legacy remains visible in architecture and in narratives that celebrate power and vision. As you drift toward sleep, imagine colossal statues gazing across desert sands, and remember that human aspiration often seeks permanence through creation. Now let us move to the open plains of Central Asia and enter the story of another figure whose reach altered continents. Genghis Khan was born as Temujin around 1162 near the Onon River in Mongolia. His father Yasuge led a tribe, yet alliances were fragile. When Temujin was 9, his father was poisoned, leaving the family isolated and impoverished. Abandoned by former allies, he endured hunger and danger. Captured by rivals, he escaped through resolve and vowed never again to remain powerless. Hardship shaped determination. He gathered followers from diverse tribes, offering loyalty and merit in place of lineage. His vision centered upon unity among steppe peoples. He married Borta, who became partner in both life and strategy. When she was taken by a rival group, he sought aid from his former companion Jamuka and secured her return. Over time, rivalry with Jamuka intensified, culminating in open conflict. Through persistence and decisive action, Temujin prevailed. In 1206, he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, ruler of a united Mongol nation. From that foundation, campaigns expanded across Asia. His cavalry moved with speed across vast distances, employing discipline and coordination. Cities fell and territories extended from China to Central Asia and beyond. Though conquest brought devastation, it also connected trade routes and facilitated exchange along the Silk Road. Administrative systems incorporated diverse peoples and allowed religious tolerance. His empire became the largest contiguous land empire in history. As night deepens, imagine the endless steppe beneath a wide sky, and the sound of hooves carrying ambition across horizons. Genghis Khan life reflects resilience born from adversity and the capacity of one individual to reshape vast regions. Temujin emerged victorious, and Jamuka was captured. Offered mercy, he declined and chose death rather than serve the rival who had surpassed him. With that rivalry concluded, Temujin was proclaimed Genghis Khan, universal ruler of the Mongols. The scattered tribes of the steppe were united beneath his command, and a new empire began to rise. He transformed Mongol society by removing inherited privilege and elevating individuals according to loyalty and merit. A legal code known as Yasa established discipline and order. The army was organized into units of 10 called arbans, creating structure and cohesion. Warriors were trained in mounted archery and swift maneuver, making mobility their greatest strength. A network of couriers known as the Yam carried messages across vast distances, ensuring communication remained constant. Trade routes were safeguarded and merchants traveled with protection. Sholas and artisans were valued for their knowledge and skill. In 1206, he turned west against the Kingdom of Western Exia and secured victory. Campaigns followed against the Jin dynasty in northern China, where fortified cities fell through calculated tactics and psychological strategy. His reputation expanded across continents. When the Khwarezmian Empire executed his envoys, he responded with devastating force, sweeping through Persia and Central Asia. Cities were destroyed, yet artisans and scholars were spared to contribute to his growing state. His armies advanced toward the Caspian Sea, demonstrating reach few had imagined. Despite severity in conquest, he encouraged religious tolerance, allowing diverse beliefs within his dominion. He established taxation systems and sought stability through governance, as well as strength. The Silk Road prospered under his protection, connecting regions from east to west and fostering exchange of goods and ideas. Knowledge moved alongside commerce, weaving distant cultures together. In 1226, he began a final campaign against Western Siabad. Aga did not diminish resolve, and he remained at the head of his forces. In 1227, he died under uncertain circumstances. His burial place remains unknown. Before his death, he divided authority among his sons, ensuring continuation of expansion. His descendants carried the empire across Eurasia, shaping the largest contiguous land empire in history. Genghis Khan's influence remains profound. He unified tribes, transformed administration, and altered patterns of trade and communication. His military organization continues to be examined, and his legacy evokes both awe and reflection. As you allow your thoughts to rest, imagine the wide steppe beneath an endless sky, and the echo of hooves fading into distance. His life stands as testament to resilience and the power of vision forged through hardship. It is often said that 1 in every 200 men alive today carries a trace of his lineage. As we step back from the vast plains of his empire, take one final look at the leader who united the steppe and reshaped continents. He declared that he was the punishment of God, sent upon those who had committed great sins. His memory endures not only in lands once conquered, but in the vision of unity forged from hardship. Let that image fade gently as sleep approaches, and courage settles within you. Now allow your thoughts to travel to ancient India, where another emperor walked a very different path. Ashoka the Great began as a fierce conqueror and became a symbol of compassion. His life tells of power transformed by awakening and of strength redirected toward peace. Imagine towering pillars carved with words of wisdom, standing beneath wide skies, and consider the journey of a ruler who chose conscience over conquest. He was born in 304 before Christ into the Maurya dynasty as grandson of Chandragupta Maurya, who founded a vast empire. His father Bindusara ruled across much of India, yet Ashoka did not stand among favored heirs. Determined to prove himself, he trained in warfare and displayed sharp intellect and decisive command. After suppressing a revolt in Taxila with severity, he gained the name Ashoka the Fierce. When succession struggles erupted after his father's death, he prevailed and secured the throne by eliminating rivals. Ambition led him toward the independent kingdom of Kalinga in 261 before Christ. The campaign ended in victory, but at staggering human cost. More than 100,000 were killed and many more taken captive. Standing among the aftermath, he confronted the suffering he had unleashed. Witnessing devastation stirred remorse within him. The cries of families and the sight of loss marked a turning point. In that reflection, he questioned his own path. Seeking meaning, he embraced the teachings of the Buddha and committed to Dharma, which upheld righteousness and nonviolence. He renounced further expansion through warfare and turned to governance rooted in welfare. He supported hospitals, wells, and rest houses. He encouraged tolerance among diverse faiths and discouraged cruelty toward animals. Pillars and rock edicts were raised across his dominion, inscribed in Prakrit using Brahmi script. These inscriptions urged ethical conduct, respect among communities, and compassion in leadership. Under his guidance, the empire experienced stability and cultural growth. His transformation from conqueror to advocate of peace left enduring influence upon India and beyond. As you prepare to rest, imagine those stone pillars standing firm across centuries, carrying words of balance and mercy. Ashoka's story reminds us that even those who begin in violence may choose a different road. His edicts called for social harmony and ethical conduct. He encouraged kindness, generosity, and nonviolence. He urged respect for parents, teachers, and all faiths. Among the pillars that carried his words, the lion capital at Sarnath became enduring symbol, later chosen as the national emblem of India. The wheel upon the Indian flag, known as the Dharma Chakra, reflects his message of justice and righteous order. He sent emissaries and teachers to distant lands, carrying the teachings of the Buddha to Sri Lanka, Central Asia, Egypt, and Greece. Monasteries and stupas rose under his patronage, including the great stupa at Sanchi, which stands as testament to devotion and peace. Through his support, Buddhism spread across Asia, influencing cultures and philosophies for centuries. He ruled more than 40 years, guiding the Mauryan Empire towards stability and harmony. His greatness rests not in territory gained, but in transformation achieved. He is remembered as the ruler who chose peace over conquest and compassion over dominance. After his passing, the empire gradually weakened, yet his ideals endured. Leaders and seekers across ages drew inspiration from his commitment to justice and moral governance. His life suggests that the deepest conquest is mastery of the self. As you allow your thoughts to quiet, imagine stone pillars beneath open sky, bearing words of mercy that continue to resonate across time. Now, let us travel to early medieval Europe and consider another figure who reshaped a continent. Charlemagne, known as Charles the Great, was born in 747, a son of Pepin the Short, king of the Franks. Upon his father's death in 768, he inherited rule alongside his brother Carloman. Tension threatened division until Carloman died, leaving Charlemagne sole ruler. With ambition and determination, he sought to strengthen and expand his realm. He conquered the Lombards in Italy, securing authority and extending protection to the Papal States. He engaged in prolonged conflict with the Saxons, striving to integrate them into his dominion and to promote Christianity. Campaigns were intense and marked by both resistance and harsh measures, including the event remembered as the Massacre of Verdun. Over time, his efforts established broader unity across Western Europe. In 800, on Christmas Day, he was crowned emperor in Rome, reviving the title of Roman authority in the West and laying groundwork for what became known as the Holy Roman Empire. He encouraged learning and administration, initiating what later scholars called the Carolingian Renaissance. Monasteries preserved texts and schools, cultivated study. His reign linked governance with cultural renewal, shaping foundations for medieval Europe. As you prepare for rest, imagine castles and cathedrals rising under a vast sky, and a ruler striving to unite lands under shared purpose. Charlemagne's legacy rests in the blending of strength and vision that influenced centuries to follow. He subdued the Saxons and integrated them into his realm. He defeated the Avars in Central Europe and extended influence to the Danube. Campaigns reached into Spain against Moorish forces. His conquests shaped a Christian dominion stretching from the Pyrenees to the Danube and from the North Sea to Italy. On Christmas Day in the year 800, he attended Mass at St. Peter Basilica in Rome. In that solemn moment, Pope Leo III placed a crown upon his head and named him Emperor of the Romans. The act revived the imperial title in the West and bound his authority to the heritage of Rome. It also sealed a lasting alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the Catholic Church, shaping the political and spiritual landscape of Europe for centuries. Yet his ambition reached beyond warfare. He envisioned unity grounded in faith and learning. Through what became known as the Carolingian Renaissance, he fostered renewal of scholarship and culture. He welcomed thinkers such as Alcuin of York to his court at Aachen, turning it into a center of study. Schools were established in monasteries and cathedrals, and Latin texts were copied with care, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have faded. A clear script known as Carolingian minuscule was introduced, which later influenced modern European writing. He himself pursued study of Latin and Greek, and encouraged education for his children, believing wisdom essential to governance. He reformed legal systems by issuing written decrees called capitularies that addressed justice administration and religious life. Local officials known as counts were appointed to maintain order and collect revenues. Royal envoys called missi dominici traveled to ensure fairness and loyalty. Through these measures, he strengthened unity across diverse regions. His reign lasted 46 years and left Western Europe more cohesive than before. After his death in 814, The empire was divided among his grandsons, giving rise to territories that would become France, Germany, and Italy. Though political unity dissolved, his vision endured, influencing leaders and shaping medieval Europe. His deeds were celebrated in epic poetry, such as the Song of Roland. As you let the day fade, imagine a ruler striving for right action, guided by faith and learning. His story suggests that strength joined with knowledge can build foundations that outlast a single lifetime. Charlemagne understood that right action must be guided by right understanding. His legacy rests not only in territories once unified, but in the vision of justice and knowledge he encouraged. As night settles, let the image of a ruler, striving for unity and learning, drift gently through your thoughts. Now allow your mind to move forward in time to Tudor England and the life of Queen Elizabeth I. Her reign carried courage, intellect, and resilience. Born on September 7, 1533, to King Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, her arrival disappointed those who expected a son. When her mother was executed 2 years later, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate, and her future seemed uncertain. Despite vulnerability, she received exceptional education, mastering languages and philosophy. These studies shaped a keen political mind. After the death of her brother Edward VI, her half-sister Mary became queen and regarded Elizabeth with suspicion. Accused of treason, Elizabeth was imprisoned in the Tower of London, yet survived through caution and composure. In 1558, Mary died, and Elizabeth at 25 ascended the throne. England faced religious division, financial strain, and external threats. Through the Elizabethan religious settlement, she established a form of worship that blended elements of Catholic and Protestant practice, stabilizing the realm. She chose not to marry, and declared herself wedded to her kingdom. The title Virgin Queen became symbol of independence. In 1588, Spain launched the Armada, seeking invasion. Elizabeth addressed her troops at Tilbury, affirming that though she possessed the body of a weak and feeble woman, she carried the heart and stomach of a king. English naval forces, employing agile tactics and aided by weather, repelled the fleet. The victory secured national confidence and maritime strength. Her reign fostered cultural flourishing. Writers and artists found patronage. William Shakespeare composed plays that continue to resonate, including Hamlet and other works of enduring depth. Exploration expanded horizons as navigators ventured across oceans. Commerce and creativity intertwined, shaping what is remembered as the Elizabethan Age. As you prepare to rest, imagine candlelight within great halls and a queen balancing resolve with wisdom. Her story reflects the power of intellect and steadiness in uncertain times. Playwrights and poets flourished within her realm. William Shakespeare brought forth works such as Macbeth and Romeo and Juliet, while Christopher Marlowe and Edmund Spenser enriched literature with powerful verse. Courtly dances and music and pageants reflected the splendor of the age. The Globe Theatre drew citizens from every rank to witness stories unfold upon its stage. Elizabeth herself wrote poetry and played music. Her wit and eloquence shaped a court alive with conversation and creativity. Under her guidance, England looked outward. She granted charters to explorers, including Sir Francis Drake, who circumnavigated the globe and returned with treasure and renown. Sir Walter Raleigh attempted settlement in North America, naming the land Virginia, in tribute to the Virgin Queen. Trade expanded, and ships crossed oceans carrying goods and ideas. England began to challenge Spain and Portugal upon the seas. These voyages broadened knowledge and laid foundations for future empire. For 45 years, she navigated religious tension, foreign threat, and economic strain. Her steady leadership brought stability and cultural vitality. On March 24, 1603, she died at Richmond Palace. The Crown Passetto James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England, uniting the realms. Though the Tudor line ended, her memory endured as Gloriana the Queen who defied expectation. As you settle into rest, imagine a sovereign who declared she possessed the heart and stomach of a king. Her legacy lies not only in territory, but in courage and independence that continue to inspire. Now, let us turn toward another figure whose ambition reshaped Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15, 1769. Upon Corsica, soon after it became French territory, his family held minor Italian noble status, yet little wealth. Sent to mainland France for education, he excelled in mathematics and military study. At 16, he became a second lieutenant in the artillery. The upheaval of the French Revolution opened paths for advancement. In 1793, during the siege of Toulon, he distinguished himself through decisive action and strategic insight. From that moment, his ascent accelerated. The world would soon witness a leader driven by vision and relentless determination, whose campaigns altered the balance of power across continents. His skill with artillery brought rapid promotion, and at 24, he became brigadier general. In 1796, he led an audacious campaign in Italy, defeating Austrian forces and securing French influence across the north. Soldiers called him the Little Corporal in admiration of his presence and resolve. In 1798, he embarked upon an expedition to Egypt, aiming to disrupt British trade. Though Admiral Nelson destroyed the French fleet at the Battle of the Nile, the campaign yielded discoveries, including the Rosetta Stone, which later unlocked the language of hieroglyphs. France itself struggled with instability and corruption. On November 9, 1799, during the coup of 18 Brumaire, he overthrew the Directory and established the consulate with himself as first consul. Order returned under his direction. In 1804, he crowned himself emperor in Notre Dame Cathedral, signaling authority derived from personal will rather than church sanction. Campaigns followed across Europe. In 1805, at Austerlitz, he defeated Austrian and Russian armies in a display of strategic brilliance. Victories at Jena and elsewhere extended his reach. The Treaty of Tilsit in 1807 marked division of influence with Tsar Alexander I. His empire spanned from Spain to Poland. He introduced the Napoleonic Code, which dismantled feudal privilege and promoted equality before law, shaping legal frameworks beyond France. Yet ambition drew him into the Peninsular War, and then into Russia in 1812. Harsh winter and scorched earth tactics shattered his grand army. Defeat at Leipzig in 1813 forced abdication. Exiled to Elba, he returned for the 100 Days before facing final defeat at Waterloo in 1815 against forces led by the Duke of Wellington. Exile to St. Helena followed. There, he reflected until his death on May 5, 1821. His reforms modernized administration and education. His code influenced nations across Europe and Latin America. His campaigns remained studied in military academies, yet was under his command caused immense loss. He embodied both vision and domination. He conquered, yet beyond the territories he claimed there remained the spirit of ambition and determination that stirred hearts long after his campaigns ended. Let that sense of resolve drift gently with you as we turn to another chapter in the long story of leadership. Now, travel back to the ancient Persian heartland where golden light falls across wide deserts and rising cities. Cyrus the Great was born around 600 before Christ into the Achaemenid line in what is now Iran. He was the son of Cambyses I, and linked to the Median royal house through his mother. Legend tells that his grandfather, King Astyages, dreamed that this child would one day overthrow him, and, in fear, ordered the infant to be killed. A herdsman spared the child and raised him in secrecy. From youth, Cyrus showed strength and intelligence. When he reached maturity, he challenged his grandfather and united the Persian and Median peoples under one banner. He was not only a warrior, but a strategist who combined military skill with diplomatic foresight. In 546 before Christ, he defeated the wealthy Lydian king Croesus and captured Sardis. Rather than execute the defeated ruler, he showed clemency and incorporated the territory into his realm. Campaigns continued eastward, securing regions across Central Asia and stabilizing his growing empire. His most renowned achievement came in 539 before Christ, when he approached Babylon. The city was protected by strong walls and the Euphrates River. Cyrus redirected the river, allowing his forces to enter along the lowered bed. Babylon fell with minimal destruction. He presented himself as liberator rather than destroyer. His policies distinguished him among ancient rulers. He permitted the Jewish people who had been held in captivity to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. This act is recorded in biblical texts and reflected upon the Cyrus cylinder, a clay inscription outlining his principles. The cylinder speaks of respect for local customs, religious freedom, and restoration of temples. Rather than impose uniform belief, he allowed diversity within his empire, strengthening loyalty through tolerance. These policies later inspired reflections on governance and rights, and the cylinder has been recognized as an early expression of human dignity. Cyrus built an empire through strength balanced with moderation. His name became associated with justice as well as conquest. As you allow your thoughts to settle, imagine the gates of Babylon opening without flames and a ruler choosing restraint over ruin. His story suggests that true power may rest not only in victory, but in the wisdom to rule with fairness. Let that vision accompany you softly into rest. Today, the Cyrus cylinder is regarded as an early symbol of human rights and governance, reflecting ideals that resonate across centuries. Cyrus continued to expand his dominion till his final campaign against the Massagetae, a nomadic people of Central Asia. Tradition tells that their queen Tomyris sought vengeance for her son and confronted him in battle. In that fierce encounter around 530 before Christ, Cyrus fell. Some accounts describe his death upon the field, while others suggest he succumbed to wounds. However he met his end, his reputation endured. He was buried in a modest yet dignified tomb at Pasargadae, his capital. The structure remains a place of remembrance and quiet respect. His Achaemenid empire extended from the Indus River to the Aegean Sea, becoming the largest realm yet known. Successors such as Darius the Great and Xerxes I carried forward administration and expansion. His example of tolerance and structured governance influenced leaders in later eras. Many consider him a father of Persian identity and a pioneer of just rule. As you let the night settle, imagine a king who united lands through both strength and fairness. His story reminds us that authority balanced with mercy can shape enduring legacy. Now allow your thoughts to travel to Rome in 63 before Christ, where Gaius Octavius was born into a respected, though not extraordinary, family. Vater changed his course when Julius Caesar adopted him and named him heir. After Caesar's assassination in 44 before Christ, Rome descended into turmoil. At 18, Octavian claimed his inheritance. Though underestimated, he revealed patience and calculation that soon made him formidable. He formed a second triumvirate with Mark Antony and Lepidus, Together they defeated Caesar assassins at Philippi in 42 before Christ. Yet rivalry soon emerged, especially as Antony aligned himself with Cleopatra of Egypt. Octavian framed Antony as betrayer of Roman values. In 31 before Christ at Actium, his fleet led by Agrippa overcame Antony and Cleopatra. Their deaths left Octavian supreme. In 27 before Christ, he accepted the title Augustus, marking the transition from republic to empire. He preserved republican forms while concentrating authority in his hands, inaugurating what later became known as the Pax Romana. Temples of marble rose where once stood brick. Administration was reorganized and frontiers stabilized. His reign laid foundations for centuries of Roman influence. Octavian accepted the name Augustus, meaning the revered one. Rather than proclaim himself dictator, he preserved the outward forms of the republic, while holding decisive authority. The Senate granted him extensive powers, and he became Rome's first emperor in all but name. Under his direction, the realm entered the Pax Romana, a period of stability that endured for generations. He reorganized the army into a standing professional force and strengthened administration through a capable bureaucracy. Roads, aqueducts, and public works improved daily life. He supported poets and artists who shaped cultural identity. He later reflected that he found Rome built of brick and left it adorned with marble. Monuments such as the Pantheon, the Air Passus, and the Forum of Augustus symbolized transformation. For more than 40 years he guided Rome's transition into empire. He styled himself Princeps, the first citizen maintaining humility and title, while securing control. In 14 after Christ, he died at 75. His remains were placed in the mausoleum of Augustus, and the Senate declared him divine. Subsequent rulers bore the titles Caesar and Augustus, honoring his precedent. Even the month of August preserves his name. His measured rise showed that patience and design can forge lasting order. As you settle into rest, imagine a leader who advised to make haste slowly. Let that calm wisdom accompany you. Now, allow your thoughts to move to 17th century France and the reign of Louis XIV. Born on September 5, 1638, to Louis XIII and Anne of Austria, his arrival was seen as providential after years without an heir. At 5, he became king, yet governance remained in the hands of his mother and Cardinal Mazarin. During his youth, France experienced the civil unrest of the Fronde, when nobles challenged royal power. These events impressed upon him the need for firm control. In 1661, after Mazarin's death, he assumed direct rule at 22 Taillamo. He centralized authority and reduced the independence of the nobility. With guidance from Jean-Baptiste Colbert, he reformed finances and strengthened economic administration. He sought religious unity and revoked the Edict of Nantes, leading many Protestants to depart. Believing in divine right, he identified himself with the image of the sun at the center of the realm. His court became renowned across Europe for splendor and ceremony. Through grandeur and governance, he aimed to shape France into a dominant power. Louis shaped the image of monarchy through spectacle and design. He transformed a modest hunting lodge into the Palace of Versailles, which became the center of French political and social life. The Hall of Mirrors reflected light and authority, while vast gardens extended outward in ordered symmetry. Every ceremony, every garment, and every gesture reinforced hierarchy. Nobles sought proximity to the king, and in doing so surrendered independence. Versailles stood as architecture of power and as embodiment of his belief in absolute rule. He pursued territorial expansion through wars such as the War of Devolution, the Franco-Dutch War, and the War of the Spanish Succession. Though France gained influence, prolonged conflict strained finances and burdened the population. The Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 limited further expansion and prevented union of France and Spain under one crown. Yet throughout his reign, France remained preeminent in European culture and diplomacy. After 72 years upon the throne, he died on September 1, 1715. His patronage elevated figures like Molière, Racine, and Lully. His model of centralized monarchy influenced rulers, including Peter the Great and Frederick the Great. Splendor and ambition left both brilliance and seeds of unrest that would later grow into revolution. As you rest, imagine sunlight glinting upon mirrored halls, and consider how grandeur can both inspire and challenge future generations. Now let us turn to England in the early 16th century and the life of Henry VIII, born on June 28, 1491, a second son of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. He was not expected to inherit the crown. When his brother Arthur died in 1502, destiny shifted. Raised amid Renaissance learning, he mastered languages, theology, and philosophy, and excelled in sport. At 17 in 1509, he became king and married Catherine of Aragon, strengthening alliance with Spain. Tall, confident, and charismatic, he appeared, the model of a Renaissance monarch. Yet his desire for legacy and authority would alter the course of England in ways few could have foreseen. Henry VIII reshaped England through the break with the Roman Catholic Church and the dissolution of monasteries, establishing the Church of England and altering the spiritual landscape of the realm. These decisions carried profound religious and political consequences that endured for generations. He strengthened the navy, laying foundations for maritime power that would later define England's influence. His reign blended patronage of learning with severity in governance. Though controversy surrounded his actions, his daughter Elizabeth I would later guide England into cultural brilliance, showing that his legacy extended beyond his own turbulent years. As you allow the image of Tudor courts to fade, remember a king who transformed monarchy through conviction and will. Now let your thoughts move eastward to the vast lands of Russia and the life of Peter the Great. Born in 1672 to Tsar Alexis III and Natalia Narishkina, he grew amid uncertainty. After the death of his father, rival factions contended for control, and his half-sister Sophia ruled as regent. In 1689, Peter asserted authority and became sole ruler while still young. From early days he displayed restless curiosity and fascination with innovation. Determined to modernize his country, he traveled through Europe in what became known as the Grand Embassy. In the Netherlands and England, he studied shipbuilding and naval design. He observed military organization and urban planning. Upon returning, he initiated sweeping reforms. The army was reorganized with modern tactics and equipment. A navy was constructed to project strength beyond traditional borders. Nobles were required to adopt Western attire and customs reflecting new direction. Administrative systems were restructured, and the church brought under state oversight. Resistance arose, yet he enforced change with unyielding resolve. His ambition focused on securing access to the Baltic Sea. Northern War began in 1700 against Sweden. Though early setbacks tested Russia's resilience, he reformed his forces and achieved decisive victory at Poltava in 1709. This triumph signaled emergence of Russia as major European power. He founded a new capital at St. Petersburg upon the Baltic marshlands, symbolizing a window toward Europe. Palaces and canals rose where wetlands once stood. His reign marked transformation from isolation to engagement. As you drift toward rest, imagine a ruler who refused stagnation and who believed that a nation could be reshaped through vision and determination. After long years of struggle, the Treaty of Nystad in 1721, granted Russia territory along the Baltic Sea and confirmed its rise as a major European power. To mark this transformation, Peter assumed the title Emperor of all Russia. His realm shifted from a medieval tsardom into an empire with broader ambition. In 1703, he founded St. Petersburg upon the marshlands of the Neva River. Built through harsh labor, the city reflected his determination to open Russia toward Europe. Wide avenues, canals, and grand palaces rose from wet ground. In 1712, he declared it the capital, moving authority away from traditional Moscow and signaling a new direction. Modernization demanded obedience, and Peter enforced it firmly. Revolts were suppressed, and opposition silenced. Even his son Alexei, who resisted reforms, was imprisoned and died in captivity. Despite severity, Peter continued to inspect shipyards and construction sites with personal involvement. In 1725, he died, likely from illness after exertion in icy waters. His death ended a transformative reign, yet his impact endured. Borders expanded, institutions strengthened, and Russia emerged as formidable power. St. Petersburg remained symbol of his vision. As you let the image of frozen rivers and rising palaces settle into stillness, consider a ruler who believed change was essential to strength. Now, journey further back to ancient Israel and the legend of King Solomon, born around 990 before Christ as son of King David and Bathsheba. His rise followed political tension. Though older brothers existed, he was chosen as successor with support from the prophet Nathan and his mother. Upon ascending the throne, he experienced a dream in which the divine offered him any request. Instead of wealth or long life, he asked for wisdom to govern justly. This choice became foundation of his renown. Tradition tells of judgments that reveal discernment, such as resolving a dispute between two women claiming the same child by proposing a test that uncovered true compassion. His wisdom drew visitors from distant lands, including the Queen of Sheba, who sought to witness his insight and prosperity. He constructed the first temple in Jerusalem, dedicating it a center of worship. Trade flourished, and his kingdom experienced peace and wealth. Yet legend also records complexity. Alliances through marriage and growing luxury gradually strained unity. After his death, divisions arose within the kingdom. Even so, his name remains linked with proverbs and reflections on understanding. As you prepare for rest, imagine golden halls and quiet chambers, where a ruler sought wisdom above conquest. His story invites contemplation that true strength may lie in discernment and humility. His wisdom shone beyond compare, and word of his discernment traveled across deserts and sea. Rulers and scholars journeyed from distant lands to stand before him and hear his counsel. Among the stories that echoed through generations was the judgment of two women who each claimed the same child. Solomon proposed that the baby be divided, knowing that true love would reveal itself through sacrifice. The woman who begged for the child to live, even if it meant surrendering him, was revealed as the mother. In that moment, his reputation as a just and discerning king became legend. One of his greatest works was the construction of the first temple in Jerusalem, fulfilling the dream of his father David to build a lasting home for the Ark of the Covenant. The temple rose in splendor, adorned with gold cedar wood and sacred carvings shaped to honor the divine and unite the people. For 7 years, craftsmen labored, drawing materials from across the known world, including the cedars of Lebanon and vast stores of precious stones and gold. When it was completed, it stood as the spiritual heart of Israel, a place of pilgrimage, prayer, and reverence for generations. During his reign, The kingdom flourished as trade and diplomacy expanded its reach. Wealth filled his treasuries and grand architectural projects reshaped the land. One luminous chapter tells of the visit of the Queen of Sheba, a sovereign from a distant realm, perhaps Ethiopia or Arabia, who came bearing spices, gold, and jewels to test the truth of his fame. After witnessing his wisdom and the brilliance of his court, she proclaimed that even the grandest tales had not captured his greatness. Their meeting became a symbol of knowledge shared across cultures, and of diplomacy guided by curiosity rather than fear. Yet even the wisest heart can wander. In his later years, Solomon gathered many wives and concubines from foreign nations whose beliefs differed from his own. Under their influence, he permitted the building of temples to other gods, and his devotion wavered. A prophecy arose that his kingdom would be divided after his passing. Though prosperity continued during his lifetime, discontent quietly grew among the people. He ruled for 40 years, and when he died, his son Rehoboam inherited the throne. Harsh decisions and heavy burdens led to rebellion, and the once united kingdom split into Israel in the north and Judah in the south. Even so, Solomon's legacy endured. He is credited with the Book of Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon, words that still guide seekers of understanding. Though the temple was later destroyed, its memory remained a beacon of faith. His name became synonymous with insight and judgment. As you rest tonight, imagine the glow of golden halls and the quiet voice of a king who believed that reverence for the divine is the beginning of knowledge. His life shines as both splendor and caution, reminding us that wisdom is the greatest treasure, and that power and wealth must be held with care. Let that gentle lesson settle into your thoughts and drift with you into peaceful sleep as we prepare to step softly into the story of Cleopatra, the last queen of Egypt. Let us drift gently into the life and legend of Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt, and one of the most captivating figures the ancient world has ever known. Her story moves like the Nile itself, winding through intelligence and ambition, through romance and war, through glittering courts and whispered conspiracies. Close your eyes and imagine gilded palaces glowing beneath desert stars, silken curtains stirring in warm evening air, and a queen who refused to surrender her destiny. Cleopatra was born in 69 before Christ into the Ptolemaic dynasty, a Greek family that had ruled Egypt since the age of Alexander the Great. Unlike many of her ancestors, she embraced the land she governed. She learned to speak the Egyptian language, something rare among her Greek forebears, and she presented herself not as a distant foreign ruler, but as a true pharaoh. When her father Ptolemy XII died, Cleopatra was only 18 years old. She ascended the throne as co-ruler with her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, as tradition required. Yet the palace was thick with intrigue, and rivalry soon drove her into exile. Even in displacement, she did not surrender her claim. In 48 before Christ, fate carried Julius Caesar, the most powerful general in Rome, into Egyptian affairs. Cleopatra saw opportunity in the storm. Determined to meet him, she arranged a dramatic entrance, according to legend, smuggled into his chambers wrapped within a carpet. When she emerged before him, she offered not only charm, but keen intelligence and political insight. Caesar recognized her value. With his support, she defeated her brother's forces, and Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile while attempting to flee. Cleopatra was restored to her throne, now ruling alongside another younger brother, Ptolemy XIV. Her alliance with Caesar deepened into love. In 47 before Christ, she gave birth to a son, Caesarion, known as Little Caesar. She journeyed to Rome with her child, strengthening her bond with the Roman leader. Yet in 44 before Christ, Caesar was assassinated, and the fragile balance shattered. Cleopatra returned to Egypt, aware that her protector was gone, and that the world beyond her borders trembled with uncertainty. Rome descended into civil war. Two men rose above the chaos: Octavian, the adopted heir of Caesar, and Mark Antony, one of Caesar's most trusted generals. Cleopatra aligned herself with Antony, meeting him in 41 before Christ in a display that became legend. She sailed upon a magnificent barge, adorned as Aphrodite, surrounded by golden fragrance, captivating Antony at their first encounter. Their union was both passionate and strategic. Cleopatra required Roman backing to secure Egypt's independence, and Antony required Egypt's wealth to sustain his ambitions. Together, they formed a powerful partnership, ruling as a formidable presence in the ancient world. They had 3 children, and envisioned a future in which Egypt and Rome might share dominion over the East. In Rome, Octavian perceived danger. He shaped a narrative that cast Cleopatra as a sorceress queen who had ensnared Antony and threatened Roman virtue. Tension hardened into war. In 31 before Christ, their fleets met at the Battle of Actium. The sea became the stage for destiny. Octavian's forces prevailed, and defeat closed in like twilight. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, hoping for one final stand. As hope faded, tragedy unfolded. Believing Cleopatra to be dead, Antony fell upon his sword. When she found him wounded and dying, she held him in her arms as life slipped away. Octavian advanced, intent on parading Cleopatra through Rome as a symbol of conquest. Refusing humiliation, she chose her own end. According to enduring legend, an asp was brought into her chamber, and on August 12th, 30 before Christ, at the age of 39, Cleopatra died. With her passing, the era of pharaohs ended, and Egypt became a province of Rome. Yet Cleopatra's name did not fade. She remains a symbol of intellect, resilience, and the intricate dance between power and desire. As you let your thoughts soften, imagine the quiet of her final chamber, the hush of desert winds beyond marble walls, and the courage of a queen who chose her own fate. May her story drift through your dreams like the gentle current of the Nile, carrying you toward peaceful rest. With her passing, Egypt slipped beneath Roman rule, and the Ptolemaic dynasty faded into memory, ending the final independent reign of ancient Egypt. Yet Cleopatra's legacy did not vanish with her crown. She was far more than a figure of romance or a piece upon Rome's vast board. She was a skilled politician, a gifted linguist, and a sovereign who commanded authority in a world shaped by powerful men. Her image has lived on in poetry and theater, in Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, and in grand films that shimmer with desert light. Across centuries, her name has come to symbolize feminine strength, political brilliance, and unyielding resolve. Though her kingdom fell, her legend remains, carried by desert winds through the ruins of Alexandria, and through the quiet dreams of those who contemplate power, love, and destiny. As you let her story settle into stillness, remember the queen who declared she would not be triumphed over, and let that fierce spirit gently fade into the distance as we turn toward another ruler shaped not by seduction, but by philosophy. Now let us move softly into the life of Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor of Rome. His story is one of reflection and endurance, of reason held steady amid storms. Imagine marble halls lit by morning light and distant frontiers echoing with marching legions, while at the center stands a man who sought peace within himself even as the empire trembled around him. Marcus Aurelius was born in 121 after Christ into a respected Roman family. From early childhood he showed devotion to learning, He was adopted by Emperor Antoninus Pius, who prepared him carefully for succession. Surrounded by tutors skilled in rhetoric, law, and literature, Marcus was most deeply drawn to Stoic philosophy. Under the guidance of Junius Rusticus, he embraced ideals of discipline, duty, and calm acceptance of fate. While others enjoyed luxury, Marcus chose simplicity. He wore modest garments, rested upon a plain bed, and practiced self-restraint. His sincerity earned him the name Verissimus, meaning the most truthful one. In 161, after Christ, upon the death of Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius became emperor, sharing authority with his adopted brother, Lucius Verus. It was the first time Rome was governed by two emperors at once, a sign of unity in uncertain times. Marcus devoted himself to administration and justice, while Lucius led armies in the east. Their partnership faced immediate trials. War with the Parthian Empire threatened Rome's eastern provinces. Soldiers returning from distant campaigns carried with them a plague that swept across the empire, claiming countless lives. Along the northern borders, Germanic tribes pressed forward, testing Rome's strength. Through war, disease, and hardship, Marcus remained steady. He did not rule from comfort alone, but spent years with his legions along the frontier. Amid cold camps and the clamor of battle, he wrote private reflections that would later be known as meditations. In these pages, he reminded himself that life is fleeting, that virtue is the highest good, and that a ruler must act with justice and compassion, even when circumstances are harsh. He believed that anger and fear cloud judgment, and that true strength arises from mastery of the self. As night approaches and your thoughts begin to quiet, imagine the emperor beneath a vast sky, the distant sound of soldiers settling into rest, and a solitary figure writing by lamplight about patience and resilience. Marcus Aurelius ruled not through spectacle, but through inner discipline. His reign was shaped by adversity, yet his mind sought harmony. Let his calm philosophy guide your breathing, slow and steady, as you drift towards sleep with the gentle reminder that peace is often found within, even when the world beyond is restless. Along the northern frontiers, Germanic tribes pressed against the borders of Rome, testing its strength and patience. In the midst of invasion and uncertainty, Marcus Aurelius stood steady. Through plague, war, and unrest, he preserved unity within the empire. Unlike rulers who chased conquest for glory, he governed with justice and humility. He believed a leader must embody the virtues he asks of others, showing compassion even toward former enemies and ruling with fairness rather than fear. His meditations reveal the quiet foundation of his mind. In them he reflected on accepting fate and aligning oneself with nature's order. He reminded himself that self-discipline and inner calm matter more than wealth or praise. He wrote of the fleeting nature of fame and the impermanence of life. These reflections were never intended for public eyes. They were personal notes composed during long campaigns, sometimes within earshot of the battlefield, guiding him to remain rational and composed when chaos raged beyond the tent walls. For much of his reign he was consumed by the Marcomannic Wars, brutal struggles along the Danube, where Germanic tribes, emboldened by the weakening effects of plague upon Rome, advanced toward Italy itself. Though philosophical in spirit, Marcus proved capable in command. He reorganized legions, led soldiers in person, and secured hard-won victories through endurance and resolve. Amid hardship, he continued to write, turning to Stoic teaching for solace. He reminded himself that suffering is woven into the fabric of existence, and that true strength lies in mastering one's own reactions. Even in conflict, he imagined unity rather than endless destruction. Defeated tribes were not merely crushed but often integrated into Roman society. Land was granted in exchange for loyalty, weaving former enemies into the imperial fabric. In this way he sought stability through inclusion as well as strength. In 180 after Christ, while still campaigning along the Danube, Marcus fell ill. Sensing the end, he summoned his son Commodus and urged him to rule with virtue and wisdom. Yet within him lingered doubt about whether his son possessed the character required for such stewardship. On March 17th of that year, Marcus Aurelius died. His passing marked the close of the Pax Romana, a long era of relative peace and prosperity. Soldiers mourned him not only as emperor but as a thoughtful and just presence among them. Commodus inherited the throne, yet his rule brought turmoil and decline. Still, the legacy of Marcus endured. His meditations became a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, shaping leaders and thinkers across centuries. He is remembered as the last of the 5 good emperors, a ruler who balanced authority with introspection, warfare with wisdom, and power with restraint. His life stands as an example of rational virtue lived amid turbulence. As your thoughts grow quiet, imagine the emperor beneath a vast northern sky, the wind moving through distant campfires, a figure who believed that the quality of one's thoughts shapes the quality of one's life. His reign blended courage with contemplation, action with reflection. Let his steady presence accompany you into rest, guiding your dreams with calm strength, gentle wisdom, and the quiet pursuit of virtue.